All right, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Elbert County Market Swine Show. Our judge today is Ziedlak from She is from rural Hicksville, Ohio, where she was raised on a grain and sheep farm with her parents and three younger brothers. She grew up showing market lands competitively at the local, state, and national levels. She spent her 2 years of school at Lincoln Land Community College in Springfield, Illinois, where she was a member of Ag Club, Ag Ambassadors, and competitive on the livestock judging team. She placed in the top 5 of numerous national competitions and was named an All-American Junior College Livestock Judge. She recently graduated from Lincoln Land and will further her education at Iowa State University this fall, majoring in animal science. There she will still be a member of the livestock judging team. She is interning at the Illinois Beef Association this summer and greatly enjoys her time there. Please welcome Caitlin. All right, our first class of prospects today with weights that range from 176 to 213. Exhibitors include Kendall Cutter, Marshall Alden, Logan Cox, Autumn Alden, Conrad Alden, Dallin Brinkhurst, Maddie White, Sage Carnahan, and Haley Burris. Okay, how many are out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many do we have? How many do we have total? 9. Class is complete.
Well, good evening, everyone, and what a nice night it is for the hog show here. I definitely expected it to be a lot warmer when I stepped off the plane, but I guess that was just me being used to the humidity from Illinois and then back in Ohio. But it still is a nice night, and what a great way to start off our pig show here in this first prospect class. I think we have two really nice hogs to start off this class with, but the young lady with the blue hog here right ahead of me, she'll have your class champion. I think this one... I think this one, when you just study him up front, he's still wide-chested. Maybe he's not as stout at the ground in terms of his foot and forearm as the young man's gilt here in second. But just his silhouette and presence as he drives across the pin. He ties his neck higher off the front end of his skeleton. He's laid back neater about his shoulder blade, bolder through his center portion of his body, and still good in terms of his skeletal. And in terms of his skeleton as he travels around the pin. The young man's gilt coming here in second. She's stouter in terms of her foot and forearm when you study her at the ground compared to the one ahead of her. I really like her lower stifle and ham shape as she drives away. Maybe just like to make this one more extended and elevated up front. I think that'll just come with some time though, learning how to use the whip on her up front, but a really nice one when you study her from the side. And the young lady coming out here in third, she brings us a really stout, muscular gilt. One you can really see the shape down the top side of her skeleton, which you really appreciate. She's really stout when you study her from behind, maybe a bit frailer at the ground, one who needs to be prettied up in terms of her lower body. Make her deeper into that rear flank, just maybe balance better from the side and relax her ever so slightly in terms of her top line. A young man coming out here in fourth brought one who really has that show bearer look when you study him from the side. He's bold through his center body, still plenty stout when you study him from behind. He's stout at the ground, maybe just gets a little shorter bodied, ties his neck lower off the front end of his skeleton, and then compared to the three ahead of him, he gets narrower in terms of his chest floor, specifically when he's driving right at me, but one who I really liked initially when you study him from the side. And then the young lady coming out here in fifth brings us another stout one in terms of his top shape, and when you study him from behind, maybe just like to give him a couple more of those bells and whistles in terms of a feature at the ground, stoutness in terms of his skull shape, but a really nice class. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Results from Class 1, 6th place, Autumn Alden, 5th place, Haley Burris, 4th place, Logan Cox. 3rd place, Sage Carnahan. 2nd place, Dallin Brinkwurst. 1st place, Maddie White. Coming in next, we have Class 2 of the prospects. Weights range from 215 to 226. Class consists of Alana Burris, Owen Hockaday, Carlos Otani, Rivera Hudson, Alexis McAllister, Odin Tubbs, and Sonny Tubbs. Class is complete.
Well, I think another awfully nice class here for the prospect kids. Let's give them a round of applause. I kind of think there's two different hogs out here when you study them. One of them's driving out here in front of me, and then the other one's back there. I wish that one would just get out and show itself off a little bit more. But I think the young man here does a really nice job, and he'll have your class winner. I don't want to hate on a class winner too hard. Maybe just a couple things to fix on this one. He's a little bit shorter neck than the one that comes here in second. Maybe put in on a little bit more condition when you study him up front. Like to crisp him up in terms of his upper top shape. But when you study him from the side, he's got the right kind of look, balance, and proportions. He's correct in his height to length ratio and still gets his head up high enough when you study him, even though he's kind of shorter necked. He's still got the right kind of show barrel look when you study him from the side. And I think a really nice place to start off. On the young man coming out here in second, I was initially jawing to your gilt. I just wish at times you could get her head cranked and get her showing off a little bit more. She may be a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size, but one who I think is crisper in terms of her upper top shape when you study her. She's still plenty stout when you study her from behind, and she's square, both coming and going, one that I can certainly appreciate that about her. Young lady coming out here in third, one who's still has plenty of top shape when you study this hog as she drives right under. Maybe like to get her bolder through her center body, deeper into that rear flank, and she's one who just gets too straight off her hind leg when you study her from the side. She wants to turn out ever so slightly when you get in behind her. She's just too straight off either ends of her skeleton to work up any higher, but I think a really nice project for that young lady. And then the next young lady coming out, one who is initially plenty stout. Study this one coming at you though, and he wants to toe in ever so slightly. He's maybe pushing too much condition today than what I would term ideal, and he's got more set to his hock and hind leg as he travels around the pin, but one you like for boldness through his center portion of his body and the width he offers on the top side of his skeleton. And then the young lady rounding out the class certainly brings one that you like the length of the body about him. He can get some extension when he gets his head up. I think a certainly nice project for this young lady. Just maybe make him stouter at the ground and freshen him up in terms of his build to place any higher. But let's get these kiddos a round of applause.
All right, results from Class 2 of the prospects. 5th, Sunny Tubbs. 4th, Alexis McAllister. 3rd, Alana Burns. 2nd, Carlos Antonio Guevara Hudson. And 1st is Owen Hockaday. All right, we're going to roll right into the champion drive of the prospects. First place in Class 1 is Maddie White. First place from Class 2 is Owen Hockaday.
Well, let's give these kids a round of applause for a nice prospect drive. Gonna try and keep this show moving maybe as fast as possible. I know some of these pigs are getting tired already, but I think two different ones. You kind of heard me talk them in class. One maybe is a little bit trimmer, fresher in terms of his skeleton, maybe not as stout at the ground as you like him to be, and then the other one comes at you wider in his chest floor, maybe shorter in terms of his head and neck, maybe putting a bit more condition. I think there's one that just suits me more in terms of today and where he's at in terms of his condition, and yet his length and extension and proportions when you study him up front. Young lady out of your first class will be your champion.
Your champion prospect goes to Mediumweight. We'll bring out the second from Class 2, or Class 1, which is Dallin Brinkhurst.
As we bring out that second in the class is one that I certainly gravitate towards. She's stout out of the ground. She's got the right kind of silhouette and freshness when you study her, but as she drives at me, she just gets a bit too closed up underneath. The young man out, your second class will have your reserve champion.
Reserve champion prospect goes to Owen Hockaday. We would like to thank some of our fair sponsors: Core Electric Cooperative, Maverick Board Band, HEI Civil, Farmer State Bank, Potestio Brothers Equipment, GMT Exploration Company LLC, Wagner CAT, Excel Energy, Mountain View Electric, Cypress Creek Renewables, Kraft Companies, Black Hill Energy, 21st Century, General. I have no idea. All right, this is Class 1. Weight ranges between 230 to 233. Exhibitors include Kendra Hudley, Landry Cox, Denzel Guevara Hudson, Alexis Burris, Ashton Sellers, Parker Day, Owen Hockaday, Dalton Hudgens, Liam Anderson, and Berkeley Schneider. Class is complete.
Well, I'm going to leave these three out here driving just so you can talk about them, because I think this is where I kind of had to do my give and take and kind of sort a little bit longer. But I think there's one that kind of just hit me hard as he came out of the ring or out of the holding pin. Now, is he perfect? No. Are any of them perfect? No. There's absolutely some things that I would definitely like to change about each one of them. But I think the young lady here in the purple to my right, I like her bear the best. Just he stays wide-chested. He's so crisp in terms of his top shape as he drives under me. It's obviously set the standard for his width and spread on the top side of his skeleton. Maybe needs to be stouter in terms of his foot, offer more extension when you study him up high, but one who stays leveler in terms of his hip and pin set, maybe compared to another one out here. And I think these two kind of offered more give and take for me. I kind of had my class winner picked out, and then I was debating between these two. The young lady here to my or the young lady over here, she's got one who's certainly a hairy pig, if that's what you're going for. One who's stout in terms of his foot and forearm. He's so crisp in terms of the shape on the top side of his skeleton, maybe to the young man's bearer, and that's why she'll stay in second for this class. He's bolder through the center portion of his body, stouter when you study him from behind, but in that same breath, keep him in that same view as he drives away. And compared to my class winner, he wants to walk outside of himself. Just like to square him up as he goes away, maybe to push my class winner a bit harder. Now the young man coming here in third, one who's certainly fresh in terms of his appearance. He comes wide-chested. I love the extension when he gets his bear's head cranked as he drives across the pin. One who maybe gets a bit plainer in terms of his look and shape on the top side of his skeleton. Like to crisp him up in terms of his shape up high. He gets a bit rounder out of his hip, maybe like to square him up there, get him stouter in terms of his hip and pin set compared to the two ahead of him, but a really nice bear to land here in third. Young man coming out here in fourth, one who still has that show ring look and presence when you study him from the side, maybe comes in at his knee ever so slightly, gets a bit narrower in terms of his chest floor, like to get him more extended when you study him up front. He wants to work up in his top line ever so slightly as he's out here driving around the pin, but I think a really nice gilt for this young man as well. And then the young lady coming out here in fifth with her all black. I think one who really is stout in terms of his presence. When you study him from behind, he's crisp on the top side of his skeleton. He stays good in terms of his angles and lines. Maybe doesn't have all those show ring look and pieces that you'd like to see compared to some of the ones that came ahead of him. He wants to wrinkle in his hip-loin junction ever so slightly. Maybe just like to blend that one smoother from the side, but I think a really nice place for that one here in this class. But as we round out the class with the rest of the kids on this side, I think some that just need to be fixed in terms of their skeletal integrity, maybe stouter at the ground, but I think a really nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
All right, results from class 1, 6th, Ashton Sellers, 5th, Kendra Hudley, 4th, Denzel Guevara Hudson, 3rd, Owen Hockaday, 2nd, Landry Cox, 1st, Berkeley Schneider. All right, coming into the ring now is class 2. Weight ranges from 234 to 238. Exhibitors are Sunny Tubbs, Aaliyah Almquist, Brooke Burris, Kaylee Wire, Dallin Brinkhurst, Benencio Guevara Hudson, Maddie White, Amelia Summers, and Noah Braun. Class is complete.
Well, I think guilds here on the top end, that certainly offers some give and take. Depends on where your preferences lie. And for me, I like them to be plenty extended, fresh in their condition, still crisp in terms of their top shape. And I think the black gilt does it the best for me here in this class. I think the young lady does a really good job presenting this gilt. Maybe some things I'd like to tweak as she goes away. Maybe I'd like to make her stouter in terms of her foot and rear leg size as she drives away, but that's getting critical on a nice one that hit me kind of hard as she came out of the holding gate back there. Now the young man here with his predominantly white gilt, one who's certainly stout and powerful, right? She's way big in terms of her foot and forearm size when you study her. She's stout when you study her. She goes away. Maybe not as comfortable though as my class winner in her extension in terms of her, when you study her up front. Maybe like to make her looser in terms of her hip and hind leg. She wants to break ever so slightly in terms of her top line, but I think when you get that put back into her, she can offer a really nice look from the side. And a young lady coming out here in third through fifth, just some skeletal things for me as they drive away. This one maybe wants to get a little narrower at the base of her skeleton when you study him from behind. He's still wider in terms of his top shape when you study the one that comes out here in fourth. I think one who really bounces up nicely from the side, though, when you study this one as he drives across the pin. And the young man coming out here in fourth brings us another stout Vera. He's wide as she comes at me. Gilt, sorry. But one who gets a bit too frail when you study her at the ground in terms of her foot and forearm. She ties her neck lower off the front end of her skeleton, maybe pushing a bit more condition today than ideal. And then the young lady rounding out our top five here brings us another one who's got the width and spread on the top side, still bold through her center body. You like that about him. One who gets a bit too vertical though in terms of his hind leg set, wants to taper to the ground when you study him from behind as he drives away. Want to make him square and stouter in that regard, but I think it's certainly a nice project for that young lady. And there's a couple other nice projects here as we round out this class. Maybe just like to make them stouter, better in terms of their skeletal structure to rival those ahead of them, but let's give them all a round of applause.
All right, results from Class 2. 6th place, Brooke Burris. 5th place, Noah Braun. 4th place, Benencio Guevara Hudson. 3rd place, Amelia Summers. 2nd place, Dallin Brinkhurst. 1st place, Maddie White. Coming into the ring now is Class 3. Weights range between 239 and 241. Exhibitors include Alexis McAllister, Eli Anderson, Benencia Guevara Hudson, Troy Almquist, Dalton Hudgens, Blaze Potestio, Hilton Smith.
We would like to thank a couple of our sponsors: Structures Unlimited, American Family Insurance, Kelty Construction, Lifetime Windows and Doors, Schmidt Construction, Glacier Gas, Kellogg Construction, Miller United, State Farm, Tallgrass Energy Solutions, and Independence Craft and Company.
Class is complete.
What a nice class here we have, and I think the young man just brought one that hit me the hardest, coming right out of the pen. He'll have your class winner. Good job, buddy. I think study this one from behind with the other one, and he's just way stouter in terms of his hip and pin set, not taking anything away from the young lady here in second. But this one is stout in terms of his hip and pin set. He's so wide and bold through his chest floor and opened up underneath, which set the stage for his topside power, and yet still be plenty balance in his silhouette, build, and design as he drives across the pin. I think just a really nice place to start in this class. Then the young lady come in here in second. She certainly takes the cake in this class in terms of skin and hair. He is the longer-haired one, but maybe that might not be some of your things. Just like to blend this one smoother when you study him from the side. He might come in a bit more pieces. For me, he needs to tie smoother right at the top side, out of the back side of his shoulder blade where his neck attaches. I like him to hinge a looser hip, take with a longer stride when you study him from behind, make him stouter in terms of his hip and pin set, but one who's still plenty wide when you study him as he goes away. And then the young man here in third, I think I had a bit more conversation in my head between 3 and 4 because they both kind of look the same and then kind of don't at the same time. But the young man, I think, his gilt stays more complete and put together when studied from the side. Leveler in terms of her top line, more balanced when you study her when you study her from the side. Maybe not as stout in terms when you study her from behind, but one you certainly like for her balance from the side. And then the young lady's gilt coming out here in fourth, one who's certainly stout when you study him as he goes away in terms of through his lower stifle. He's stouter when you study him at the ground. Maybe wants to break in terms of his hip loin ever so slightly, just like to make him bounce better from the side, get him deeper through his rear flank to offer a more cleaner look when you study him. And then as we round out the class with the last 3, a couple of them maybe just like to fix their skeletal structures, set them down in terms of their spine, get them stouter in terms of their foot size at the ground, and just offer more to them to rival those ahead of them. But let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back to the barn.
All right, results from class 3, 6th, Eli Anderson, 5th, Dalton Hudgens, 4th, Alexis McAllister, 3rd, Troy Almquist, 2nd, Blaze Potestio, 1st, Hilton Smith. We're going to get going into the lightweight championship division. We'll bring out the first from the first 3 classes. From class 1, we have Berkeley Schneider. From class 2, we have Maddie White. And from class 3, we have Hilton Smith.
Well, I think a really impressive lightweight drive. Let's give all these kids a round of applause. I know some just go out there and try to cookie cut everything that they want. find a specific thing that they want and go for it. I'm not really kind of one to do that. I just find ones that I like and then run them to the top. And you can see that each of these three pigs out here isn't exactly the same. Out of the lightweight class, one who's way stout when you get on top of him in terms of his hip and pincet and as he drives away. Maybe gets a bit shorter bodied when you compare him to the other two out here and a bit more stilty when you study him up front. Maybe like to hinge a looser hip in that one at times. Young lady coming out here in the second class, one who has the extension when you study her in terms of her length of body, and she's so freaky when you study her up front, how she ties her neck high up the top side of her skeleton, laid back neat in her shoulder blade, one you want to fix though as she drives away. And then the young man coming out here, the third class, one who definitely hit me hard coming out, one who's wide chested, and he certainly takes the cake of these other two when you let all three of them drive under you and his right kind of look and bounce from the side. Maybe he wants to get a bit uncomfortable in his posturing at times, but I think that's getting critical on a really nice one. I think that's where I want to put myself, and I think he'll have your champion.
Thank you. Your champion lightweight goes to Hilton Smith. Second in that class is Blaze Potestio.
Well, we dropped the second out of that class, and I think he fits right here into the mix. Maybe as he drives at me, wants to get too soft on his front pasterns and toe in ever so slightly. And one that wants to get a little bit kind of narrower at the base of his skeleton as he drives away at times. Maybe like to make him a little bit fresher in terms of his appearance from behind. I think there's another one out here who just fits me a little bit better. Has got a ditch down her back. She certainly has the look and extension up front. She just catches your eye from the ringside. The young lady here with the black gilt will have your reserve.
Your reserve champion lightweight goes to Maddie White. All right, coming into the ring now is class 4. Weight ranges between 246 and 251. Exhibitors consist of Wade White, Logan Cox, William Landavazzo, Phineas Brammer, Amelia Summers, Madeline Day, Sadie McWhorter, Nehemiah Cabrera, and Tucker Sedlak. Class is complete.
I know I took a little bit longer with these two out here because I think there's certainly some differences, things I'd like to change about each one of them. They both initially caught my eye coming out of the gate. There's just some differences that I like, so let's just talk them for a second. The young man here in the pink, one who I really like his bearer's look, silhouette, and design from the side. He gets his head up, he stays level in terms of his top line, bold through his center body, plenty stout and crisp on the top side of his skeleton, maybe coming and going. He's not as wide in terms of his chest floor or opened up underneath as the young lady's bearer over here. The young lady's bearer certainly drives at me the widest in terms of his chest floor and the most opened up underneath. He certainly is stout when you get on the top side of his skeleton, round in terms of his rib cage, and plenty stout when you get in behind him. I think maybe needed to clean him up in terms of his underline and in his jowl ever so slightly, maybe pushing a bit more condition for me. Just some little things to differentiate between the two barrows out here in the drive. I think one that just certainly suits me a little bit better in terms of look and design and his extension up front. The young man here in the pink will have your class winner, and the young lady will have your second. I think two certainly nice bears to start off the class. Maybe just not an elite one that comes out here and just says, I need to win, but two certainly that offer some competition for this class. And then the young man coming out here in third. Young man, you did a great job with this bear. He's no slouch either. He's bold through his center body, still stout in terms of his upper hip. I like his range of motion as he drives away. Maybe gets a bit deeper and plainer in terms of his front end. Like to clean him up through his chest floor. Give him a more neater and attractive look when you study him up front in that regard. He gets a little softer in terms of his top line, maybe compared to the two that came ahead of him. And the young man coming out here in fourth, one who's certainly, compared to the one that came here in third, is bold through his center body. Has a nice look from the side. As he drives at me, though, he gets a bit straighter in terms of his shoulder blade, comes in his knee ever so slightly, maybe gets a bit more closed up in that regard, but one who's still plenty stout in terms of his forearm, and when you study him as he drives away in the width and shape he has on the top side of his skeleton. And then the young lady coming out here in fifth with her all black bear, one who certainly had, you like the length of body and extension this one offers up front, maybe compared to the four ahead of him, though. He's smaller in terms of his foot and forearm size, frailer at the ground, and he's the loosest in terms of his top line. He needs to come together a bit better, balance in terms of his top line from the side, maybe just make him a nickel shorter body to do that, but I think a really nice one for this young lady. And let's give all these kids coming out of the class another round of applause as they head back to the pin. Just some things you'd like to fix about them in terms of their structure, but another really nice class.
Results from Class 4, 6th place Phineas Branner, 5th place Madeline Day, 4th place Logan Cox, 3rd place William Londavazo, 2nd place Sadie McWhorter, 1st place Wade White. Next class we have coming in the ring is Class 5. Weight ranges between 252 and 257. Exhibitors consist of Haley Burris, Bernice Summers, Reese Smallsride, Bane Potestio, Paula Videlis, Bane Potestio, Dalton Hudgens, Danzel Guevara Hudson, Samuel Martell, and Jacob Crippen.
Well, I think an interesting duo out here on the top end that offers some different things. I like the young lady right here in front of me to go ahead and be your class winner for these two. I think it starts when you study him up front. He's the stoutest in terms of his head and skull. He's maybe not as bold through his chest floor as the one that comes here in second as they drive right at you. But he is the stoutest in terms of his head. He's square on the top side of his skeleton, bolder and deeper about his rib cage when you study him from the side. He's what I would call the right fill when you get on show day compared to maybe the one here in second. He seems to be deeper through his center body when you study him. Maybe just like to clean him up, maybe not get him so full for the next time, but one I certainly think that you like for his length of body when you study him, maybe compared to our class winner. He is a nickel longer, but I think he does so rather nicely as he motors around the pin. He stays good on all four legs at the ground. He's comfortable as he's out here. Maybe both of them getting a little tired, but I think those are just some differences between the two and some things that we'd like to change about each one of them. But I think a certainly nice duo here on the top end. Congratulations to them. And the young man coming out here with the spotted up Barra, one who kind of grew on me over time. I kind of found a nice place to put him in third, maybe compared to the two ahead of him. Not as wide chested when he drives at you, maybe not as comfortable off his rear too as he motors around the ring, but yet stepping behind him as he drives away. He's the next stout one who's still wide and shapely on the top side of his skeleton. Maybe like to get him to hit his head to crank up a little bit more to offer more of that show ring look from the side, but one I think he's done a nice job in terms of his skin and hair and presentation for that animal right there. And then the young man coming out here in fourth, one I think you certainly want to appreciate for the boldness through his center body and his stout when he's in stoutness and width on the top side of his skeleton. He maybe gets a bit too frail in terms of his head and skull and his jaw. He needs to be stoutened up at the ground, and he gets too vertical and wants to throw his hind leg when you study him from behind. And then the young lady coming out here with the all white Barra. Gilt, one who's just of the top five, maybe not as stout in terms of her bone work, need to make her stouter when you study her from behind, but one you certainly like for her length and extension when you study her up front and from the side. And then the rest of them rounding out the class with the young man here, one who's certainly shapely when you study him up high. He's got a groove down her back, which you certainly appreciate. Maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles as some of the ones ahead of her. She gets a bit frailer in terms of her skull shape as well. Like to make her deeper back into that rear flank to bounce better from the side. Maybe get her head up to offer more of a show ring look, if you will. And then the young people rounding out this class, heading out the pins, maybe just need more body and more substance to them compared to the ones ahead of them. Just like to make them stouter and more correct as they go away. But I think a nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Results from Class 5, 5th. Coming into the ring now is Class 6. Weight ranges between 258 and 260. Exhibitors consist of Dallin Brinkwurst, Ashton Sellers, Reese Smallsride, Jackson Sedlak, Jacob Crippen, Addison McWhorter, Aaliyah Almquist.
I think a really nice place to start off here with the young man's black bear. Here, he just hit me the hardest coming out of the hold pen. I think when you get all these pigs driving on you, he certainly takes the cake in terms of his width and expression on the top side of his skeleton. And he stays plenty stout when you study him as he drives away, and comfortable in terms of his skeletal build and design. He's correct in his height to length ratio. Maybe just like to get his head up ever so slightly as he's driving across the pin. But I think that's kudos to the young lady here in second. She's a nice showman. She certainly gets this one out and driving and looking the part. Maybe compared to our class winner, though, from behind. Simply not as stout in terms of his makeup at the ground. Like to make him stouter in that regard, but one I certainly like for his extension ahead of his blade, how he's laid back neat in that regard. Maybe like to make him calm down a little bit out here as he's getting a little worked up, but one I certainly think you can appreciate for his look when you study him from the side. And then the young lady coming out here in third, I think a really nice one when you study this one up front in terms of her front 2/3. She's really expressive in terms of her shape up high. Maybe from behind, though, she gets a bit rounder and narrower in terms of her hip and loin. She's not as square when you study her going away compared to the two ahead of her, but one from the side, I certainly like her body shape and rib in that regard. And then the young man coming out here in fourth, one that brings us a bold-bodied one who's got plenty of width on the top side of his skeleton, maybe just not as comfortable out here driving around the pin as he works up in his hip loin. Just maybe like to rotate it up and forward to take a longer stride, make him more comfortable off his hind leg. And then the young people rounding out the class here on the bottom end, I think some that just need to be fixed in terms of their skeletal build, maybe putting on a bit more condition today than ideal for me. I'd like to make them fresher in that regard, stouten them up, but I think a really nice class. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Alrighty, we are going to bring into the ring the light medium weight championship drive. From class 4, we have Wade White. From class 5, we have Paula Videlis. And from class 6, Dallin Brinkhurst.
Well, I think a really nice division drive here. Let's give all these kids a round of applause. I think it's credits to your kids and then the work you put in at home to get them to look the part. Skin and hair has been great. Kids have been great out here in the ring. Just some things about the pigs here quick before we pick a champion. The young man here in the pink, one that I really like when he gets him cranked up from the side. She offers a nice silhouette and look. Maybe like to make her a bit longer in terms of her hip to hinge a looser hind leg in that regard. But one I think he really does a great job getting everything he can out of her on the drive. Young lady coming out of here in our middle class. One, I like her length to height ratio. Maybe wants to wrinkle in terms of her hip loin though. Just like to make her blend better there a little bit. And of the three out here, she comes at me the narrowest in terms of where her knee is. Maybe like to make her square and wider in terms of that regard. And then the young man coming out of here in the last class with the all black bear. One who really hit me hard coming out. I just wish at times though he could get this one's head cranked, and he does get it at times when he's getting him turned around, and that's when I can really see what he kind of looks like in terms of his extension up front and how he puts all his pieces together correctly. With that being said, I think there's one out here that when I get the right look of him, I think he just does the most things right for me. He has the most width and spread on the top side of his skeleton. He's still complete in his look, and he's able to show himself off to the best of his ability. The young man here with the black bear, he'll have your champion.
Your champion light medium weight goes to Dallin Brinkhurst. We'll bring out the second in class 6, which is Addison McWhorter.
Well, the second in that class certainly fits right into the mix. One who I really like for his extension ahead of his blade. Maybe gets a bit more vanilla and plain with the shape on the top side of his skeleton compared to the other two out here. I think there's just another one that fit me a bit better initially coming out on the ring, and that'll be the young man here in the pink. He'll have your reserve.
Your reserve champion goes to Wade White out of class 4. All right, coming into the ring now, we have class 7. Weight ranges between 262 and 265. Exhibitors include Enrique Videlis, Wade White, Ada Anderson, Titus Cabrera, Malachi Smith, William Landavoza, Phineas Brammer, and Sadie McWhorter. Class is complete.
We'd like to say another big thank you to the Elbert County Leaders Council for this venue and all of the wonderful seating under the canopy that we get.
Well, I think this top 5 in this class certainly has some discussion to talk, and it'll be really interesting to see them all come out here again out of the pen. But I think a really nice place to start here on the top end with these two up here with the bear on the gilt perspectively. But I think just some differences and some give and take what you're willing to give up. I think I'm going to start with the young man here in the pink with his gilt. As the two drive under me, he's just simply the widest in terms of the shape on the top side of his skeleton. Both of them have a ditch down their back, and they're still plenty stout when you study him at the ground. He maybe is plainer through his front end, but he's still better in terms of his skeletal build up front than the young lady's bear here in second. He just gets too straight and stilty when you study him up front. He doesn't take him as much reach or stride when you study him up front in that regard, and in that same breath, he gets too straight in terms of his hock when you study him as he goes away, making him want to come up in his top line ever so slightly. I just like to relax this one in terms of his blade and hind leg to be more effective in terms of his skeletal build as he travels around the pin, but one I certainly appreciate for his extension and look and design when you study him from the side. Young man coming out here in third, one who certainly has some competition and makes this one tough. He's bold through his center body in terms of his rib cage and still plenty stout and wide when you study him on the top side of his skeleton. He gets frailer in terms of his head and skull shape, though, and he gets looser in terms of his top line. You can see it there. Just like to make him stronger in that regard. Meta balance from the side, maybe to rival the two ahead of him. Young man coming out here in fourth. Brings another one that I certainly like in terms of his boldness to his center body and the width and expression that he has to offer. At times, though, he wants to work up in his hip loin area, maybe just like to relax in there to take a longer, more comfortable stride when you study him from behind, but one who's still bold through his center body in terms of his rib cage. I'd also like to clean him up in terms of his jowl, but still plenty stout in terms of his skull. And then the one coming out here in fifth. Yeah, then the one coming out here in fifth. When it came out, maybe didn't hit me as hard as some of the other ones. He's narrower through his chest floor and frailer in terms of his skull shape. But study this one from the side and see he certainly has the look and presence needed for a show ring look. But he gets too flat when this one drives right on you in terms of his rib shape. Just like to make him bolder and rounder in terms of his rib in that regard. But certainly a nice one to look at from the side. And then the ones rounding out the class just need to fix some things in terms of their condition, freshen them up for me today, make them stouter at the ground, but I think a really nice class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Results from Class 7, 6th, Ada Anderson, 5th, Enrique Videlis, 4th, Phineas Brammer, 3rd, William Landavoza, 2nd, Sadie McWhorter, and 1st, Wade White. Next class we have coming in the ring is Class 8. Weight ranges between 266 and 267. Exhibitors consist of Brant Vollison, Kendra Hudley, Harlan Summers, Jaden Braun, Chase Carnahan, Bernice Summers, Azariah Smith, Troy Almquist, and Berkeley Schneider. Class is complete.
Another thank you to our fair sponsors, Core Electric Cooperative, Maverick Broadband, HEI Civil, Farmer State Bank, Potesio Brothers Equipment, GMT Exploration Company, Wagner, Excel Energy, Burnco, Mountain View Electric, Cypress Creek Renewables, Kraft Companies, Black Hills Energy, 21st Century, and General. What does that say?
Well, what an interesting class here, and I think that does offer some differences in terms of type and kind and what you might be looking for. I think the young man here in front of me with his belted gill is going to be your class winner. I think from behind, study both him and the young lady here in the purple as she'll be your second place, but study the two as they go away, and he's stouter in terms of his hip and pin set, maybe does it in a fresher package in terms of the way in terms of his condition when you study him up front. He's laid back neater in terms of his shoulder blade, longer about his cannon bone, more attractive in his extension when you study him up front. Would like him to tie higher off the top side of his skeleton, though, as he does tie a little lower, but he sure is getting the most out of that one on the drive. I can certainly appreciate his look from the side. Young lady here in the purple with her gilt, one who's certainly stout and bold-bodied in that regard, drives at you wide-chested and plenty stout as she goes away as well. However, she gets a bit more bland on the top side of her skeleton, maybe pushing a bit more condition today than ideal. Like to clean her up front, make her longer in terms of her neck, but the young lady does a really nice job showing this one off on the profile. And then the young man coming out here in third, one you certainly like initially coming out of the pin for his look from the side and the shape and dimension he has on the top side of his skeleton. For me, he gets too straight in terms of his hock as he goes, just like to make him more flexible in terms of his angulation from behind, making him a bit more stouter to rival the two ahead of him as well. And then the young man coming out here in fourth, one who certainly can rival them in terms of his width and expression and boldness to his center body. He ties his neck lower off the front end of his skeleton, gets a bit frailer in terms of his foot and forearm compared to the ones ahead of him. And then the young lady rounding out the top five, one who certainly like the boldness to his center body and stoutness from behind. Maybe gets a bit rounder off either ends of his skeleton and then straighter in terms of his hock. Maybe like to make him stronger in terms of his pasterns, offer more of a show ring look from the side. And then the young people rounding out the class, just make them bolder through their center body. Some of them have plenty of width and expression, but need to be better on their feet and legs in terms of their angulation. But let's give all these kids a round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Results from Class 8, 6th, Kendra Hutley, 5th, Jaden Braun, 4th, Case Carnahan, 3rd, Harlan Summers, 2nd, Berkeley Schneider, 1st, Brant Vollison. All right, coming into the ring now, we have Class 9. Weight ranges between 268 and 271. Exhibitors consist of Sage Carnahan, Josiah Smith, Maddie White, Kaylee Wire, Landry Cox, Carlos Antonio Guevara Hudson, Ashton Sellers, Hilton Smith, Colton McAllister, Marcos Landavoza. Class is complete.
Thank you to the sponsors, Structure Unlimited, American Family Insurance, Kelty Construction, Lifetime Windows and Doors, Schmidt Construction, Glacier Gas, Kellogg Construction, Miller United, the GAC Crew, State Farm, Tallgrass, Energy Solutions, Independence, Kraft and Company. Thank you.
Well, put your hands together for this class because I think all the way down the line there's some good in each one of these. I think these three on the top end definitely have some discussion, and I did take a little bit longer going through them. For me, though, the young lady here on my left, I just like her barrow the best. Study all three of them as they drive on you. His width and spread on the top side of his skeleton just takes the cake in terms of comparing him to the two in the same class. Now, he may be the slowest going one out here of this top trio, but he's still good in terms of his skeletal build and design. Maybe just like him to grab another gear in terms of his flexibility and motor about the ring as the young man's gilt here in second, who he'll have the second place in this class. I certainly like this one's height to length proportions and ratio, her extension up front, and he does a really good job showing her off. She's bold through her center body, square both coming and going, and she's got that extra kick in her as she drives around the pin. Maybe simply not as stout when you get on the top side of her skeleton compared to the class winner. Like to make her stouter as she drives away. And then initially coming out of the holding pin, this young lady's barrow did grab my eye. He's wide chested, still plenty shapely on the top side of his skeleton. He gets a bit more plainer though in terms of his shape, maybe compared to the two ahead of him. He's shorter in terms of his hip, doesn't take as long a stride as the two ahead of him either. Like to lengthen him out in that regard, take a longer, more comfortable stride. Maybe lengthen out his cannon bone ever so slightly in that regard. And then the one coming out here in fifth, the young man does a great job on the whip with this one who certainly has some discussion when you want to compare him to the three ahead of him. He's still bold through his center body. He bounces nicely from the side, and he's got the width and shape on the top side of his skeleton. I just like to clean him up through his front end and underline. Seems to be getting more condition on him today. Like to make him more extended when you set him up the front, but the young man does a nice job showing her off. And the young man coming out here in fourth, one who's certainly the most raw in terms of her shape and expression and muscle, if you will, of the top five. Maybe just like to give her some of more of those bells and whistles compared to the ones ahead of her. She gets flatter on her front pasterns, like to make her stronger there in that regard, and offer more extension when you study this one up front, just like her to blend smoother when you study her from the side. And then the ones rounding out the class certainly have plenty of width and muscle when you study them from a market standpoint. Maybe just like to make them cleaner in terms of their condition, stouter at the ground, fix them up in their structure ever so slightly on a couple of them. But I think a really nice class. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
All right, results from Class 9, 6th, Sage Carnahan, 5th, Colton McAllister, 4th, Marcus Landavoza, 3rd, Maddie White, 2nd, Hilton Smith, 1st, Landry Cox. We're getting ready to do the medium weight division championship. All right, from Class 7, we have Wade White. From Class 8, we have Brant Vollison. And from Class 9, Landry Cox.
Well, this is a really nice middleweight division. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. I'll just talk you through kind of what's going through my head real quick. The young man here in the pink with his gilt out of the first class, while she's wide and shapely on the top side of her skeleton, she might be the widest one out here of the trio, and she does it so she still handles herself very well. She travels around the pin. She's still bold through her center body. Maybe needs to set her down in her crest, make her more comfortable as she travels out of her front end, but one who really is stout and shapely when you study her on the top side of her skeleton. And then the young man coming out of here in the middle class with the other gilt, one who I certainly like from the profile for this one's silhouette, extension, and look, and just her build and design. But I question if this one just simply has enough when you get right on top of her compared to the other two. She is the flatter sided one of this trio. I'd like to make her bolder through her rib cage and center body in that regard. And then the young lady coming out of here in the last class, she's got the other wide and shapely one on the top side of his skeleton. Comes at me wide chested and yet still plenty extended up ahead of his blade. Good in terms of his angles and lines off either ends of his skeleton. Maybe not the fastest moving one out here, but one who does so fairly easily. I'll give him one last look and then go ahead and shake the hand of your middleweight champion.
Your champion middleweight comes out of class 9, exhibited by Landry Cox. Second in that class is Hilton Smith.
As we drop the second place here into the mix, one who you like for her extension ahead of her blade. She's good in her length to height ratio. She's a nickel longer than the one that comes maybe out of the first class with the guy in the pink. And one who's still plenty stout and shapely when you get on top of her and bold through her center body and rib cage. I like her next best. He'll be your reserve.
Your reserve champion medium weight also comes out of class 9, exhibited by Hilton Smith. Next class we have coming into the ring is class 10. Weight ranges between 273 and 277. Exhibitors consist of Addison McWhorter, Wade White, Van Cutter, Silas Smith, Jaden Braun, Alana Burris, Dakota Lazar, Hayden Post, and Sadie McWhorter. Class is complete.
Well, I give a lot of credit to these kids and their parents back in the barn because they just keep bringing the heat out here. Let's give them all a round of applause. These trio certainly rose to the top for me. They each offer some different things, but for me, there's one of them that just fits me a little bit better, the way that he's built and designed. The young lady there in the back with the black barrel, he'll have your class winner. For me, he's just the most extended ahead of his blade. He's the squarest and levelest in terms of his hip and pin set. At times, he can get rolling out here a nickel quick, but once you get him slowed down, he comes together nice and complete, paints a nice picture from the side, and still has plenty to him in that regard. Young lady here in the striped shirt, she'll have your second place in the class. One who's the next stoutest in terms of his muscle expression and width and dimension when you study him. For me, he gets a nickel short ahead of his blade. He doesn't motor around here as comfortably as I would like. He gets a bit steeper in terms of his hip and pin set. I would just like to relax him there ever so slightly, level him out in that regard to take a longer, more comfortable stride, both out of the front end of his skeleton and from behind, but I think a really nice one to land here in second. And then the young man coming here in pink. What a nice guild that you brought out to this class, young man. Her extension ahead of her blade is so unique. She's so long in that regard. She's long-bodied, stays level in terms of her top line. She does get a bit weaker in terms of her hip and pin set, and at times she doesn't take as long a stride off of her back right hind leg. Maybe just like to give her a longer, more comfortable stride in that regard, but one who's certainly still able to get around the ping with plenty of flex. And when you study her for her build and her length and extension that she has to offer, just like to put a couple pieces together neater on this one to rival the ones ahead of her, but I think a really nice one to land here in third as well. And then the young lady coming out here in fourth, one that certainly comes at you wide-chested, bold-bodied, and plenty of width on the top side of his skeleton. He gets a bit straighter in terms of his hock at times, maybe a bit frailer when you compare him to the ones ahead of him, a bit plainer in terms of his build and design. Maybe just like to offer a stouter look when you study him ahead in terms of his head and skull in that regard. And then the young man coming here in fifth. One that certainly grew on me as the class went on. He's still bold-bodied. Compared to the ones ahead of him, though, simply doesn't have enough to him on the top side of his skeleton. He gets a bit flatter-sided when you study him when you study her up high, and then she gets a bit frailer in terms of her foot and bone work compared to the ones ahead of her. And then as the young people head out of this class, some of them just need to fix some structural things, clean them up in terms of their head and jowl, make them stouter at the ground, bolder through their center body. But I think a really nice class. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Results from Class 10, 6th, Van Cutter, 5th, Silas Smith, 4th, Jaden Braun, 3rd, Wade White, 2nd, Sadie McWhorter, 1st, Addison McWhorter. All right, coming into the ring now is Class 11, weight range between 278 and 283. Exhibitors consist of Owen Hockaday, Landry Cox, Blaze Potestio, Troy McWhorter, Brooke Burris, Maya Noe, Brant Vollison, Hilton Smith, Maya Noe, and Marcos Van de la Zoza. Class is complete.
Well, I certainly think they really brought the heat in this class all the way down through 6, 7, and 8. There are some good ones in here, and I know I took a little bit longer of a time, and these pigs I'm really making them work for it, but there's just some things that I like about each one of them, and I know maybe on a different day and a different time, something might go something different, but I think for me, the young man over here, I think he'll have your class winner. I think just from a balance standpoint, his extension, the way he motors around the ring, his width and expression on the top side of his skeleton, he's still bold-bodied. He stays square as he's going away, square as he's coming. I like a lot of things about that one. And then the young man here with his blue butt. I certainly like this one as he drove in the ring. She definitely caught my eye. Maybe just didn't want to cooperate as well. Maybe with the heat, stress, I'm not too sure, but one who I think is certainly good in terms of her body shape and width up high. I like her angles and lines when you study her on the profile. From behind, maybe like to make her squarer as she goes away. And then the young man coming out here in third, I really toyed with this one quite a bit. I certainly like this one driving right at you. He's wide through his chest floor, opened up underneath, and it's certainly stout on the top side of his skeleton. At times, though, he gets too low on the front end. He gets too low on his front pasterns, comes in at his knee ever so slightly, and I think he gets a nickel long in terms of his spine. He's still able to use it and function correctly as he motors around the pin. Just a couple things to sort these top trio as we go through this class. And then the young man coming out here in the yellow with his black bear. One that I was initially drawn to coming out of the pin. She hit me wide-chested, bold through her center body and rib cage. From behind, though, maybe like to make her stouter. She wants to funnel to the ground ever so slightly. And then the young man coming out here in fifth, one that I certainly like for his width and expression on the top side of this one's skeleton. He's so wide-chested, drives at me square and stout in terms of his foot and forearm. I mean, bold through his center body and stout when you study him from behind. He can get a little steeper in terms of his hip at times. Just like to see this one more freely as he travels around the pin. Offer more extension ahead of his blade as he put in a bit more condition there. Just like to clean him up in that regard. And then the young lady coming out here in sixth, one who's certainly still in the mix with the expression and the muscle down the top side of this one's skeleton. This one is probably the squarest driving at me and the boldest. She's so bold in terms of her chest floor when you study her from behind. But one who just needs to put her pieces and parts together more complete and balanced smoothly from the side, if you will, to rival the ones ahead of her. Certainly a deep class. These kids should all be proud of their projects and the work they've put in at home. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Our results from class 11, 6th, Landry Cox, 5th, Owen Hockaday, 4th, Troy McWhorter, 3rd, Marcos Landavazo, 2nd, Hilton Smith, 1st, Brant Vollison. All right, we're going into the medium heavyweight division championship. From class 10, we have Addison McWhorter. And from class 11, Brant Vollison.
Well, let's hear a round of applause for our two kids out here in our drive. I certainly like both of these a whole lot, and there's certain just different things that kind of pick them apart. The young lady's black bear here to my right, one who maybe is not as wide as chested as the other one, maybe needs to slow down at times on the whip to just take a longer, more freer stride up through his front end to maybe collect himself a little bit better here as he's driving across the pin. But once he does, he sets down in his hip and pin set, levels out nicely, and offers you a nice look from the side. And then the bear coming out of here of our last class, he's the wider chested one, drives at you bolder through his rib cage, bolder through his center body, stouter on the top side of his skeleton with more muscle expression and shape. He still does it very comfortably around here on the ring and still has the right kind of extension ahead of his blade and still stout in terms of his head and skull. He'll have your champion for this division.
Your champion, medium heavyweight, goes to Brant Volleson. We'll bring out the second of that class, which is Hilton Smith.
Well, that last class was certainly a tough class to be in, and I commend all those kids in that class who are working hard, and I know I worked them a long time, and she fits right in here into the mix. One who I certainly like for her presentation and build from the side. I just keep coming back to this young lady's black gilt when she gets her nice and looking barrel on the side, and once she gets him put together, he still offers a nice look, bold through his center body, still plenty to him. She'll have your reserve.
Your reserve champion, medium heavyweight, comes out of class 10, shown by Addison McWhorter. Coming into the ring now is class 12. Weight ranges between 285 and 291. Exhibitors consist of Berkeley Schneider, Hayden Post, Cameron Braun, Kylie Wire, and Addison McWhorter. Class complete.
Thank you to these fair sponsors: Core Electric Cooperative, Maverick Broadband, HEI Civil, Farmers State Bank, Testio Brothers Equipment, GMT Exploration Company. Thank you, guys.
As we get into our heavier weight classes, I know the numbers are going to come down maybe a little bit, but I think the quality is still there. And I like these two up here on the top end. And there's just some give and take if you want to go with balance, one who puts its pieces together better, and one who's simply stouter at the ground and offers more width and expression. But I like the young lady here in the purple. As her bearer just simply puts its pieces together more smoother when you study him from the side. Ties his neck neater at the front end of his skeleton, laid back neater in his shoulder blade, takes a bit more longer, more comfortable stride out of his front end, and still, he's still leveler and square in terms of his hip and pin set compared to the young lady's gilt here in second. Now, I really like this gilt as she drives at you. She's so wide and broad in terms of her chest floor, stout in terms of her forearm. Maybe need to relax her ever so slightly in terms of her shoulder blade to take a more comfortable and freer stride out of her front end, just like her to blend smoother there at the top of her shoulder, and then back into her hip or pin set, level her out, take a longer, more comfortable stride in terms of her hock when you study her as she goes away. But I think a really nice one to also land here in second as well. And then the ones coming in here in third, one who certainly, like for his boldness to his center body, still has plenty of width and expression on the top side of his skeleton, but gets a bit too frail at the base of his skeleton, rounder off either ends. Just need to stouten this one up in terms of his feature and then make him squarer off either ends to rival the ones ahead of him. And then the young lady rounding out the class, certainly one you like for her length and extension. Simply put, doesn't have enough compared to some of the ones ahead of her, but one who you certainly can appreciate for that, and we'll make a nice project for her. But let's give them all a round of applause.
Results from Class 12. 5th place, Cameron Braun. 4th place, Hayden Post. 3rd, Kaylee Wire. 2nd, Addison McWhorter. 1st, Berkeley Schneider. Coming into the ring now is our last class, Class 13. Weight ranges between 295 and 300. Exhibitors consist of Cameron Braun, Dakota Lazar, and Troy McWhorter.
Well, I think here in this small class, the young man here in the yellow really runs away with this class in terms of being the widest chested, most open up underneath, and the most shapeliest on the top side of his skeleton. One who certainly wins this class easily, and it will be really neat to see him come out here for the division champion. Young man coming out here in second with his predominantly white one who's still wide-chested, has some width and a dimension on the top side of his skeleton, center body shape. He tapers to the ground as he goes away, though. Just like to make him square as he goes away. Stouter in terms of his feature when you study him at the ground. Then the young lady rounding out the class here with the black bear. One you certainly like for his length of body and the boldness that he has. One that maybe compared to the ones ahead of him is the frailest in terms of his feature at the ground. And he's the most closed up underneath. Just like to make this one wider at the base of his skeleton, give him a bit more shot of muscle to rival the ones ahead of him. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Results from Class 13, third, Dakota Lazar, second, Cameron Braun, and first, Troy McWhorter. All right, we are going into our heavyweight division. From Class 12, we have Berkeley Schneider. And from Class 13, we have Troy McWhorter.
Let's give all our heavyweight exhibitors a round of applause. I think you can certainly have some discussion here on these two. One who's a bit shorter from flank to flank is still plenty stout when you study him on the top side of his skeleton and bold through his center body. Both of them need to be cleaned up ever so slightly in terms of their glands. And then you got the one here coming out of the last class who's longer in terms of his body, maybe more correct in his height to length ratio, better in terms of his hip and pin set as he travels around the ring, and still plenty extended when you study him on the top side of his skeleton. With that being said, I think there's one who just has that right kind of look from the side for me, and the young man right out of the last class, he'll have your champion.
Grand champion heavyweight goes to Troy McWhorter. Second in that class is Cameron Braun.
Your shot. As we bring the second out of that class, one who's still got some body and some width on the top side of his skeleton, maybe needs to have more of those show bearer look and presence out here. I think there's just another one that suits me better. The young lady here in the purple, she'll have your reserve.
Your reserve grand champion heavyweight goes to Berkeley Schneider. We will take about a 5 to 10 minute break as we get all the division winners in here for the champion drive.
Dan and Jimmy, can you come back to the ring, please?
All right, everybody, we're going to start the grand drive here in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, everybody. Our reserve champion from the lightweight division is exhibited by Mediumweight. Our reserve champion light medium weight division winner is Wade White. Our reserve champion in the medium division is exhibited by Hilton Smith. Reserve champion medium heavyweight division is exhibited by Addison McWhorter. And reserve champion in your heavyweight division is exhibited by Berkeley Schneider. Alrighty. Your grand champion lightweight division is exhibited by Hilton Smith. Your grand champion light medium weight division is exhibited by Dallin Brinkhurst. Your champion medium weight division winner is exhibited by Landry Cox. Your champion medium heavyweight division winner is exhibited by Brant Vollison. And lastly, your champion heavyweight division winner is exhibited by Troy McWhorter. Let's give a round of applause to all these exhibitors out here in the final drive. We would like to give a big thanks to all the boardmen in the ring helping us out throughout the day and everyone behind the scenes. If you guys would all put your hands together for all the help.
You guys can go ahead and put them down. Let's give all our exhibitors out here in the final drive and those back in the barn a round of applause. Coming out to Colorado, I'd say this is my first time to actually judge a show out here in Colorado, and I can say the quality didn't disappoint. I wasn't too sure what to expect, but you guys sure did bring some heat. Just a couple things, though. I guess I was once in your guys' shoes out there in the show ring, and I guess I can say I never really listened to a judge give a final drive speech, maybe because I was more focused on my animal or maybe focused on something else at the time and not really what was coming out of the judge's mouth. But a couple things that I kind of want you guys to remember and maybe take away from if you're either listening ringside or out here in the ring yourselves. Just say thank you. You didn't get here on your own. There's people back at the barn. There may be people back at home keeping an operation going or another show string as well. Just say thank you to all those who helped get you to where you are today because they really help you develop who you are as a person and where you're going in the future. Another thing. It's just one judge's opinion, right? An animal can look a different tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that. Each judge wants something different. Each judge focuses on something different. So it's just one judge's opinion. It can change in the matter of seconds or another day if you take them out. So I just suggest take your animals out and jackpot them. If that's something that goes on here in Colorado, just take them out, get other judges' opinion to see what another one thinks. Is there something different you should be doing? Maybe in the way you show your animal or the way you feed it. Just get somebody else's opinion because one is simply isn't enough. But I compliment all you guys on your skin and hair and the way you've treated your animals. And the way you presented them out here in the ring, not only here, but then also to the other people around you. And I also want to thank the ring help and all those ringside to help get this show on the road. Without you guys, it definitely wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it did. So I just want to thank you guys there. Let's fire these guys up, and then I'll get you guys a grand in reserve, but let's give them all a round of applause.
Your grand champion overall market swine goes to Brant Vollison. We will be bringing out Addison McWhorter, that was reserved in that division.
I really wish we could maybe go down the line and do a top 5 because I really think the quality is really there, and it would be interesting to see how they all stack up against each other. I would just want to wish you guys the best of luck here in the future, wherever it leads you with these animals. If you're going on with them in the future, if this is the end point, I just wish you all the best of luck. Let's give them all another round of applause one last time, and I'll go select your reserve.
Your reserve grand champion goes to Hilton Smith. Can we get one more round of applause for our judge, Caitlin, here? We will start Showmanship in about 30 minutes. We will start with Peewee, then go to novice, junior, intermediate, then senior. All right, update. We will be starting Peewee Showmanship in about 15 minutes. Hello, everybody. We are getting ready to start our Peewee Showmanship. All right, we're bringing them out now. Give a round of applause to all of our Peewee showmen out here. If you guys all want to start exiting the ring, you'll get your ribbons on the way out. All right, everybody. Our novice are all set and ready. We are getting ready to bring them out to the ring. All right, in our novice division, we have Alexis McAllister, Bane Potestio, and Phineas Brammer.
Well, let's give a round of applause for our novice showman. There's only 3 of them, and they all said it was their first year, and I think they're all doing a really good job, and they all bring different things to the table. The young man over here on my left, one of the more intense ones, he works really hard at getting that head and neck cranked on his barra. Barra maybe not wanting to cooperate very well, just a bunch of starting and stopping out here, but one who really focuses on his intensity and driving and getting that head up on that barra. I certainly like him to win this novice division there. And then for a second, I think it comes a little bit closer between the young lady and then the young man over there. One of them just kept their barra moving at more of a steadier pace, if you will, kept up more intensity. I kind of talked with them about a couple of different things, maybe cranking the head up on this one over here ever more slightly and increasing the intensity in her eye contact with this young lady, but they both look like they're having a great time. The young man here, he'll be second, and the young lady, she'll be third.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, we're moving into the juniors division. Class 1 consists of Sonny Tubbs, Alana Burris, Venancio Guevara Hudson, Wade White, Reese Smallsride, Marcos Landavoza, Dallin Brinkhurst, and Case Carnahan. Class is complete.
Well, I've talked to a handful of the ones out here left. I've pinned 3 to keep back for this junior drive. A couple of the things to just work on with these kids, maybe just increase your intensity, finding the judge right away, focusing on getting that head and neck up of that hog and keeping him driving at all times, and making that sandwich between you, your animal, and the judge as well. So that's just some things to focus on for next year or the next time you're out in the ring. But let's give them a round of applause.
All right, entering the ring now, we have Class 2. Exhibitors consist of Ada Anderson, Kendra Hudley, Conrad Alden, Hilton Smith, Enrique Vidales, Tucker Sedlak, and Troy Almquist. Class is complete.
Well, let's give a round of applause to our kids left out here in the ring. They're doing a really good job. Again, just some things to work on. Maybe keeping them out of the corners. I know it's getting a little bit harder. Kids are getting tired. Pigs are getting tired. But just keeping them out of the corners, maybe keeping them at a nice steady pace, focusing on getting that head and neck up, and just knowing where I'm at and knowing when to switch sides are all just things to focus on in the future. But a really good job to them. Let's bring in the next group.
All right, entering the ring now is Class 3. It consists of exhibitors Amelia Summers, Owen Hockaday, Van Cutter, Jackson Sedlak, Maddie White, Eli Anderson, and Alexis Burris. Class is complete.
Well, let's give a round of applause for our last group of juniors out here in this drive. Again, just a couple things to work on, knowing how to use your whip and hand placement with that. How choked up on the whip do you want to be? How intense do you want to be with that whip on the face of the animal? And then keeping them out of the corners as well, and just knowing where to judge of that, and keeping them motoring around the pin at a decent speed. But let's give them all a round of applause, and we'll bring back this class of juniors.
All right, we're going into the champ. Just a second. Sorry, guys. All right, we're going to the champion drive for the juniors. Exhibitors in this champion drive consist of Wade White, Dallin Brinkhurst, Marcos Landavazo, Hilton Smith, Enrique Vidalis, Maddie White, Amelia Summers, and Eli Anderson.
We'll give a round of applause for these kids out here. They're really working hard at it. These top four, I think, is really competitive, and I think anywhere you go, they can be competitive, make them others work for it. They have their intensity down. They have their heads cranked on their animals. They know where I'm at all times, and they can find the holes. Now, there's just little differences about each one of them, what I prefer. For me, though, young lady, she's going to be your champion here for this division.
Your champion junior showman goes to Maddie White.
Right out of the gate, she was just the smoothest coming out. She knew how to find the holes. She was the first one to find me whenever I moved. She was always right there and the first one that I found. From there, I think you can have some discussion. There's just some little things, but the one that next suits me, young man right here in front of me, he'll be your reserve. Congratulations. His intensity is on point. He knows exactly where I'm at all times, and he is drilling a hole into me. Kind of scares me at times, but I like it, so keep it up. From there, I think these two, they're both just so smooth and calm in the way they move around the ring. They still know where I'm at. It's just little things about starting and stopping, knowing where I'm at and when to switch sides. Young man here in the American flag shirt, he'll be third. He can switch sides for me. Knowing when to move around his animal is just what allows him to get that shot into the third. Young man, not taking anything away from you. You came out here and you had that look in your eye saying, come find me. Just some little things, starting and stopping, things like that. Knowing exactly when to move, when I move. Just some little things to work on, but you can sure give them a run for their money. Congratulations to you. And on down the line, just little things, still increasing your intensity, not being so crazy with the whip at times, not as much starting and stopping, but I think a really competitive class of juniors. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Once again, your grand champion junior showman goes to Maddie White, and your reserve grand champion junior showman goes to Hilton Smith. Just an update, guys. Barns will not be closing until 11 p.m. All barns will not be closing until 11 p.m. Now entering the ring is Class 1 of Intermediate Showmen. It consists of Nehemiah Cabrera, Colton McAllister, Madeline Day, Brant Vollison, Marshall Alden, Malachi Smith, and Cameron Braun. Class is complete.
Well, we'll just keep 2 pinned back from this class. Just a couple things to work on for these intermediate kids. Knowing how far you need to be away from your animal. Don't be too far away, but maybe don't be too close. And knowing how to use the whip on the animal. Don't be too afraid to move when I'm trying to get a look at your animal. You want to make that sandwich, right? You can't be afraid to move so I can get the best look possible at your animal. Just increase your intensity as well. Have that look in your eye and that drive that says, hey, I'm here to win and I want you to pick me. Just some little things to work on, but let's give these kids a round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Class 2 of Intermediate Showmanship. Class consists of William Landavazo, Dalton Hudgens, Bernice Summers, Azariah Smith, Jacob Crippen, Haley Burris, Maya Noe, and Kendall Cutter. Class is complete.
I know I'm moving at maybe a little faster pace, but I think with these intermediate classes, just knowing when to show your views directly out of the gate is really important. Coming out, you want to show your chest view, and then you want to show your side view, and then a rear view. Hitting all your views and then getting out of the way, and then coming back and find me once everybody's here, I think is extremely important. And just knowing how to work with your animal, then with your intensity, the way you move around them, the way they move, always keeping them moving, I think are things that are very important as you work through showmanship and focus on the next stage on your show career. But let's give these kids a round of applause, and we'll bring in the final group for this intermediate class.
If anyone finds a gray purse laying around, will you please either bring it up to the microphone up here or take it to the fair office? Thank you. All right, now entering the ring is Class 3 of Intermediate Showmen. Class consists of Blaze Potestio, Kaylee Wire, Parker Day, Ashton Sellers, Sadie McWhorter, Sage Carnahan, Dakota Lazar, and Harlan Summers. Class is complete.
Well, let's give a round of applause for our final class of intermediates. Just a couple of things to still work on: knowing how to use your whip, how intense you need to be with your whip, getting that head and neck up, maybe not hitting the pig as hard, maybe you're not hitting him hard enough, maybe you're finding yourself in a corner then as I try and work my way around you. Just some little things to work on, still getting me your views when needed to, then getting out of the way and being courteous until the rest of them come through. But let's give them all a round of applause and we'll get your intermediate champion here as they come back out.
All right, and the champion drive coming out, the class consists of Brant Vollison, Marshall Alden, Jacob Cripper, William Landavazo, Bernice Summers, Sage Carnahan, Sadie McWhorter, and Harlan Summers.
Well, let's put your hands together for this nice group of intermediate showmen. I'm certainly am impressed. I knew coming through the show that there was going to be some good ones coming out here in showmanship, and they sure did show up to come out here and compete in showmanship for me. One of them hit me hard coming right back out. The holding pins showed me all her views, then went back and locked the gate. Young lady back there, she'll be your champion. From there, just a little bit of things that kind of sort these next two. For me, personally, I like the smoothness, the way they move around the pig, the way they always find me. Really don't get stuck in corners as much as some of the other ones might. Just a couple of little things like that. Didn't kind of hit me as hard initially in their class, but as the drive went on out here, as they came back out, they continue to do better and better. For me, the young lady, her smoothness, just she'll stay in second. Young man, you do a very fine job as well. Sometimes, though, you just want to get stuck in some corners at times. Maybe try and keep you and your pig as far away from those as possible. I know maybe at times I was kind of in a certain spot where it was inevitable that that's where it would end up, but maybe trying to avoid those as well and finding the holes to get to. And then the young man coming out here in fourth, he certainly finds me when I ask for a front view as he's driving right at me. Sometimes, though, he can get a bit whip heavy, if you will, and his pig wants to do more stopping and starting than what we would term ideal in a showmanship class. That's just some things to work on, though, here in the future. He does a fine job as well. And then from there, rounding out through the end of the class, just some things to work on as well. Maybe working on our posture, maybe working on moving around the sides of the animal as we would like to make that sandwich, and just not being so maybe intense on hitting the animal as well when they're not cooperating. But I think a really good group of intermediate showmen. I think they all deserve a hand.
All right, your grand champion intermediate showman goes to Sadie McWhorter, and your reserve grand champion goes to Bernice Summers. Now entering the ring is Class 1 of our seniors division. It consists of Silas Smith, Titus Cabrera, Paula Videlis, Landry Cox, Liam Anderson, and Carlos Antonio Guevara Hudson. Class is complete.
Well, let's give a round of applause for our first class of senior showmen. I think when you get in to be the older age, there's just something that you have to have. You have to have that look right once you come out of the ring. That's for any age, really. The two young ladies over here, they certainly had it when they came right out. Not taking anything away from the gentlemen still out here in the ring. They all knew where I was at. They all held eye contact. Maybe just some of those things like starting and stopping. Some of your animals may be a little crazy. Some of them maybe just want to put the brakes on when we're trying to move around them. That's just some things to work on at home, what you do in your practice time. But let's bring out the next class of seniors and give these guys a round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Class 2 of the senior division. Class consists of Aaliyah Almquist, Hayden Post, Denzel Guevara Hudson, Abigail Cabrera, Troy McWhorter, and Berkeley Schneider. Class is complete.
Well, we'll keep two back out of this second class of seniors. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Maybe still just a couple things to work on. If your pig's not wanting to walk, the go button isn't really from behind. It's either from the side, use your brush, or get at the front of it. Don't make him stop, and don't hit him from behind. And then just other things like moving around, knowing when to move, keeping him going at a nice clip around the ring. But let's give him another round of applause, and we'll bring in the last class.
Now entering the ring is Class 3. This class consists of Jaden Braun, Brooke Burris, Addison McWhorter, Josiah Smith, Noah Braun, and Autumn Alden. Class is complete.
keep two back out of this class. Just a couple things. Maybe like I mentioned earlier, the go button's still not from behind. Focus on staying up ahead of the shoulder blade. You can even hit him on the side to get him to go. Things like that. Just staying out of corners, not so much starting and stopping. Just some things to work on here in the future as you continue on. But let's give these guys a round of applause and we'll bring out our seniors.
Now entering the ring is our senior showmanship champion Drive. The class consists of Paula Videlis, Landry Cox, Berkeley Schneider, Aaliyah Almquist, and Addison McWhorter.
Well, I think a really nice class of senior showmen, but let's give them all a round of applause one more time. I know it's getting to be a late night and pigs are starting to act up, so I'll kind of keep this short. But the young lady here with the black bear, who will be your champion, she just showed all her views coming out right away. Not taking anything away from the young lady here in second, but as I move around behind the pigs, she's able to move more swiftly and smoothly around the front of her animal without as many pauses and stops. I know yours is a gill and started peeing at the one time. I tried it again. Maybe just a bit more starting and stopping than I would prefer, but still love your intensity, love your look, and the way you get her around the ring. And then the young lady coming here in second. The young lady coming out here in third, one who certainly can push the buttons in terms of getting where she needs to be, rivaling the ones ahead of her. I love her smoothness, I love her intensity, her eye contact, maybe just knowing exactly where I am to move around her animal and keep that sandwich, if you will. Just a little bit of nitpicky things between the two ahead of her that land her kind of in third. And then coming out here in fourth one, similar thing, just knowing exactly when to move around her animal, how intense she needs to be with the whip and with her body posture as well. I know she's got a slower gilt out here, but one I think she does get presented very nicely. Congratulations to her as well. And then one's coming out here and they're rounding out the class. Certainly some things to work on here in the future. Maybe not as much starting and stopping or finding the corners. Keep your eye contact, get a little bit more intense with the whip. Just some things. Congratulations to all of them, though. I hope you all have a great night.
Your grand champion senior showmanship goes to Addison McWhorter, and your reserve champion senior showmanship goes to Landry Cox.